Hello.
Did you have an awesome time? Did you drink awesome shooters and listen to awesome music and then just sit around and soak up each other's awesomeness?
What was that? Did you see that? Was that the primary buffer panel? It did seem to resemble... Did the primary buffer panel just fall off my Gorham ship for no apparent reason? This landing is going to get pretty interesting. Define interesting. Oh God, we're all going to die? This is the captain. We have a little problem with our entry sequence, so we may experience some slight...
Where's the thing? It's on the thing! On top of the thing!
Leave all that can be spared behind. We travel light. Let us handsome walk.
Hello. Welcome in. Happy Friday. And yeah, this is one of those Hans Zimmer soundtracks that you can... Hey, Og. Hey, Retro. It's either really, really loud or it's really, really quiet. This is me bumping the volume in OBS to the max.
Wow.
Fantastic! Oh, fantastic!
Fantastic. We are doing well. I mean, I've still got a bit of a cough going around. Not as bad as I was last weekend, though, so that's good. And yeah, we will be doing some studio work today, as you can see from the background here. And here is a mock that I built in 2014. It is still together. And I recently digitally built that and put it up in the studio gallery. Which, if you're not familiar with, I'll bring this up here. So if we go to Bricklink and I change this, let's uncrop that a bit more. Bricklink Studio gallery. It'll eventually load. So they've currently got an activity running, Bricklink Express, which is all train themed. Hence today's train themed music as well, because that is also what we'll be working on. Oh, and if we sort by recently liked, look at that one right there. That one looks familiar. So that's one of my designs that I did last week, I believe it was. That's based on, actually, if I go to, hold it for a second. Yeah, I'll just move my Google Maps a little bit because I have noticed that even in incognito mode, if I go into Google Maps straight away, it tends to go, "Hey, this is where you are, right here, isn't it?" And I go, "Yeah." Bring this back. So in Brisbane, there is a station right here. Okay, so that's a performing arts center. That's not what I've recreated in Lego. If we look at the train station on this side of the road, however, and we look at the arched entryway, see how the entryway sort of comes out forward of the building. There's a little news agency and shop in the front here. These dark arched windows with white trim. Because the train track itself is up here above street level, so there's like a bridge. The train track itself is elevated up above street level. So the second floor of the building is actually where the platforms are out the back. Hence this little design here. And there's the platform out the back. Yes, go for it, Retro. Oh, cool. That's really cool. One of our local train stations has something like that where this one down here, or over to the left. Yeah, one of our local train stations has things like this where it's all like from the local schools that have all contributed. Middle bottom. This one. Nice. Oh, that one there, bottom row, or that one there. And did they specify like their color scheme that it had to be only like red, green, black? Or is that just what people have used? Because I'm just noticing the fact that it's just basically 4 colors. Oh, in 6th grade, right. That's very cool. Cool, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, so for this, the Bricklink Express thing, their part limit is under 300. So there's a 300 piece limit. There's a few people's submissions in here that are a bit large, and I don't think they've read the brief. There's also some really cool ones. I really like this little old one. just looks really cool and simple. But it's also historical, and they've built it in real life. And my other one, this is my other one that I've submitted so far, is Stevenson's Rocket. Some of these parts do not come in these colors, but that's all right. So like the smokestack I've done in flat silver rather than dark grey, just to give it that metallic look. And then outside the if I sneeze, I apologize. I will probably not be able to hit mute in time. Published. Here we go. This is my third submission to the gallery. Is the 4-burner barbecue. It looks like one person's already downloaded the file to have a play around with themselves. Cool. That's this one here. I'll bring that up in Studio. That would help if I do. I don't think I have Retro, but I will make myself a note to check that out in a bit. Notepad. Hardest you can go. Nice. Let's file open. All right, so here's the barbecue. Now the real one was built in 2014 and contains layered up reddish brown, so I do not want to take this apart. I really don't. But the lid folds down. If the steak comes out, which is just clipped on, I'll actually just show that on here. The steak has a clip on it, so it just fits onto these grill pieces. The sideways built snot bricks inside with the little flame elements stuck in. The real ones sit down lower into the hole. I couldn't quite get it in Studio. You can move parts around, but it wouldn't quite move this piece all the way down. Physically it will, but in the software it thinks it'll collide with the bars, and I can't quite get it at that perfect angle. Because when you do, in real life, this lid fits flush and sits flat. Whereas the rendered version here, if I hinge this lid, it kind of doesn't quite like going all the way down. Oh no, there we go. 0 degrees, done. Manually type it in. There we go. $90. There we go. Select. I want that to go that way, flip around, and then just connect that on there. There we go, we've got a steak on the barbie. And then there is a setting for this ghost view to just hide that and show what you're working on, but don't mind this too much. But I've done these things as submodels, so this is an element I can work on. If I go back to the main build, that's a whole piece by itself, and you can see that over on the right hand side here. I've done them all as submodels, which means that in the instructions, while it looks like there's only 7 steps to this, if we go to page design, it's actually a 49-page document. And that's even with my putting 2 steps on the same page. But I went through, I've created full step-by-step instructions for all the bits. So there's that back panel. Goes onto the back of the barbecue to hold the lid. Then we build the lid. Spin it around, clip that in. How to build a steak out of Lego. The tongs do not click. The studs get in the way of the hinge direction here. All right. So just let me know if the music's too loud or too soft. Let's see, in my settings, is that coming to... No, okay, so I'm just hearing it from my music player directly, not getting it through OBS. Cool. But even at very low volume, to me, that song sounded loud. But that's Akadaka. And now we will open Esky. So this is something I also built, I think, around the same time as the barbecue, which I will just move off to the shelf for the moment. So an Esky is a brand of cooler sold in Australia, short for Eskimo, and it has become the Australian generic name for such things. This one uses 2 aeroplane roofs. That was its starting point. For the barbecue, you know, a lot of people will say a Lego build started with like key part use or something that they were like, okay, this is I'm not changing this is what it's all built around. So this is based on my parents' old barbecue that they had, which had a timber frame, a shelf either side, and then a metal barbecue unit mounted in the middle. This tree branch part is basically what determined my size. So I was like, I want that to be the 4 arms of it, which then kind of dictated the scale of how tall it would get as I did my trial and error. And then the width of it was pretty much my choice of using this slope piece. So 2 of those for the lid meant that this had to be 8 by 12 in studs. So between that part and that part, that's kind of what informed the build of that, because that was all here's my brown parts, here's my grey parts and black parts. Let's build a barbecue. this one here started from this piece going, okay, 2 of those will be the lid. So then that, to make it still look to scale, informed the height. This ice bricks inside. It is fully tiled on the inside. The tiles come up flush then to this. Probably not going to focus. But there's a Technic brick at the back here. So that when the ice melts, you can let the water out. And then these fence pieces are the carry handles. Go. Opens up. And then to scale, or somewhat to scale, I have a loaf of bread. And the bricks are 1x2s this way, so it kind of looks like sliced bread. Got a couple cans of drink. A bottle. Some freezer blocks. Yeah, they are there. And then one of my favorite fun little part uses. And yes, I have taped them shut inside a small Lego part bag. This is our shrink-wrapped frozen sausages. And it is 6 1x1 round bricks and 3 coffee mugs. So we've just got the coffee mug there. And it's not attached to this string. So this string here is not attached to them. The handle of the mug is just sitting loosely inside that brick. The handle of that one is just sitting loosely inside this one. You sit them flat inside this wedge piece. And then you wrap it in clear plastic. And there you go. You've got your frozen sausages. But this one, I don't know how far I've gotten with instructions. And again, I've done this as submodels, so... Okay, so I have done the steps. Right, I've done this... I've done the step editor part of the process where I decide what the steps are for each section. What I haven't done is the page design. Let's change that part scale down. Move that to there. Move that. No, I didn't. Oh, no. There. What's undo? You move over to. There we go. Scale it down and then move it over. Can I make those? And I think Oh, if we go global style, we can make the part list. We make that, say, let's go 75. Then they're at 75% on every step. Move that down. Move that across. That down to there. Just so that most of it's visible. And then this part here. Change the layout here to 4 on the 1. And this is our This is our 2 times for the handle holding part. Then they go into there. All right, there's our handles. All right, so that's the finished esky. And then we want this to be in the middle. We want this to, we'll change this step view. And this we will do our 2 steps of building a little plug. And where did that rotation go? I want that back. There we go. So you can add in the little symbol to say turn your build around to now add this to the back of it. And so if you don't go into step editor, what you end up with is, here's your submodel. Okay, the lid of the esky is all of these pieces. Bang, there, you're done. So we'll go back to step editor now. It takes us straight back to the lid, which is what we were working on. It looks like if you're on page design and you jump back to step editor, if you're at a certain part of the build, it sort of lines up with that. You don't have to scroll through the whole thing, which is nice. All right, so for this, the last step is going to be putting these green bits on. Move to new step after. I'm going to turn the fan on. Warm up here. Yeah. Were you waiting, Korg, for me to say that I was looking away? Thank you for that. How are you, Korg? Welcome in. There's my little shrink wrapped sausages going into the esky. Just getting in here. Well, that was very well timed, sir. Very well timed. Move that to a new step after. those.
I can kill you with my brain.
Well, that is good to hear, sir. Now, one thing I did have in this file, these hinges are in Studio as the separate halves, but also as the combined unit. And when I used the complete hinge, it accepted it on one side, and on the other side, it went transparent and said it was colliding with this other piece here, which is, you know, silly. I am looking forward to tomorrow night as well. So yes, there will be no stream from me probably tomorrow. I thought about doing maybe a morning one, but I probably will just skip it all together because yes, a bunch of us are going IRL to some wrestling. We'll do this to a new step after. Then we move this to a new step. So basically it's leaving everything behind in step 1 and where it's created step 2, 3, 4, 5 as we do all of this. Well, if you do Sunday morning, I will probably be around for that. New step after. Move that to a step after. And then you have to do that after you join these together. Oh, actually, I didn't see these bricks here. Okay, so those, let's delete that. So from this step is where we add that. Actually, let's move those to step 2. If you move something to a specific step, it just basically slides it across from here to here. You step back. There we go. So we start with one lid and some pins, and then it progresses on from there. So if we go back to page design now, the PDF has grown. Or, well, it can be exported to PDF or PNG easily. Put that over there. And then for this, yes, so the Bricklink Express activity is a train challenge. So all the songs today are trains because after I finish the esky, I will be going on to some freely designing something new and seeing how far we get with that. Change step view. We want this one. Actually, no, we don't want to flip. We want, well, no. Yeah, yeah, I didn't have enough Aussie in my rotation. I was like, oh man. So yeah, at work on Wednesday, we basically listened to a whole lot of Aussie and Sabbath that day. All right, so we've joined those, flipped it over, added in the Technic pins. In fact, for this part, we could probably I'll just see what it looks like if we change layout. Yeah, we just sort of move it. Looks a little cramped. Let's just undo that. We can just keep it like this. And you might have noticed that as I drag this down, you can see the shadowy sort of form of where the other images were. So this way it all lines up with where it was on the page. Oh, and for this, what did... I think the only way to, like, the way that Lego makes its own instructions, I'll exit this view. So on a Lego instruction book, you could have this tile on the left in place, and then you can place that off to the side and put like direction lines in. The trouble with this is that it would keep it there for every step. So I don't know if they're like generating extra images and like inserting them into their file. They're not just using a straight like PDF creator from Studio or LDD itself. That they're going in and they're editing individual steps to move parts around, which I can't do in this. Not step editor, page design sort of what. Because yeah, it would be nice. Welcome in, Irabrai. How's your Friday, sir? I can insert an arrow, I suppose. It's going all right. Can I insert... Okay, insert image is just an image file. I guess that basically that's how far how close I can get to saying, hey, we're doing this on both sides. Without adding text saying, we're doing this on both sides. Okay, so now we flip the whole thing back over. Because we're working on the top of the lid. And then we're putting the yellow tiles, and we do the green. There we go. There's our lid. And then it clips onto the top of there. All right, and then we've got the drink bottle, which is how many steps? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Move that down. There we go. Change the step view. We're going to rotate this around. We don't need that for this. That's something we can figure out that we've look at the esky from the front now. And then 2 times for the can. That's a 4-step build. Done. And the 2 times here is automatic. In the main build view, I created the can as a submodel and then copied and pasted to duplicate itself. And so that kind of automatically links the 2 of them. So when you go into the instructions and you edit one of them, it does it as a 2 times for you, which is very cool. We've got our cans. Freezer block. That. We'll do that with the can as well. We don't need that to be quite so big. Loaf of bread. That can be a horizontal 3-step. Done. Then our sausages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps.
Give me the water.
Thank you. Thank you for the water. So for this, we're going to go do 4 steps to start. Bring that down a bit. And then this we could also do as a horizontal 3. And then I'm going to put a note here, text up in here. Should probably say something like note. Sausage links are not connected. then wrap inside a small parts. Change step view. We'll scale the whole model down a 66%, and then drag that down so it's all there. There we go. Ta-da! Ooh, actually, you know what we can do? Not the same scale. The esky is way not scaled with the barbecue. I was gonna say we could put a picture of the barbecue in and be like, hey, this, you know. But I think that's all we that's it. That's the esky and all its components. Then we're gonna add a page after. Insert text. For us. Used various 1x1 bricks and modified bricks in white and transfer. Used assorted. The text size we will make bigger. Did I put my phone over here? What I'm gonna do is turn my light around. And send myself that picture. Camera. Yeah. Send to the PC. And yes, we will be getting to the train we need to get into the train stuff. Right, so there we go. We insert a picture. Insert arrow. One by one bricks. Modified bricks and oops, wet and trans. Yeah.
Welcome to the party, pal!
I suppose just say not included instructions or part list. Can we come on, grab the arrow? There we go. Change that. Ooh, can I put a border around that? I'm sure there's a yes border. Because then we can just have that go like that. Oh, look at that. Professional. Now we add a page after this and go insert bill of materials, and it will automatically go here are the parts that you need for this build. And that's it. That's the S key done. So I'm going to save the file. We'll exit page design. So the nice thing here in Studio is that all of that is, all that data is in this file. So when I save this file, not only does it have this, but it has all of that. It has those instruction steps. It has that booklet formatting in there. Now the other thing is when I go to Bricklink to upload this, the view that it will take. So here's here's my high-res renders that I've done. And then this is like a preview render that it gives. Whatever camera angle you have on this view here is what that will do. So if I had this looking like that and saved the file, and then I go to upload it into the Studio Gallery, this is the preview image that everyone will see on the site. So if you are going to upload something you've designed, make sure that you do actually set this view up sort of where you want that image to capture. Because I didn't realize that until I went to upload one and the picture was off a bit, and I went, oh, hang on. Maybe if I do this again, cancel the upload, went back into Studio, recentered this camera view how I wanted it, resaved, and then when I went to upload, that's the preview. So we do have ads coming up.
We are the Borg.
Now,
Lower your shields and surrender your ships.
Uh-oh.
Orcs!
have a cave troll.
Right. I was eyeing off the ad timer as I was going. I'm ready to save this file, and then all right. Hopefully we're back from ads soon. All right, are we back yet? I would normally be taking a break and stretching my legs, but just got raided. Let's welcome in the folks. Ads should be just about done. Hopefully. Hopefully we're back from ads. Sorry about that, guys. The snooze button had already gone away. Welcome, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm another Brick and Affle, Bricko for short, Aussie Lego builder, and occasionally gamer. Welcome on in, Phantom Gannon. How's it going? I was lurking over there. How did the riverboat go? And who else have we got raiding in? We've got me raiding in because I was lurking over there. We've got Scotty Rotten. G'day, Scotty. Nathan's here. Hi, hi. I was lurking in your stream earlier today as well. And Kitty. Kitty's here. But there won't be any bags today because I'm digital Lego building. The riverboat went well. Almost dropped. Ooh. Well, did you get it finished? And the next question, were you trying to demonstrate the wheel rolling? Is that how you dropped it? Or almost dropped it? Was that one of those, look at how this function works. Look at how the, Do we have... Kitty didn't have sound. I hope you have sound now. Ah. Yes, the old, hey, look at this. This is... Whoa. Yeah, we've never done that round here. But yes, so we've just finished doing instructions for my digital mock here. which is slightly physically different to the real one. So this is a cooler, or esky as we call it in Australia, that I actually built in 2014. So I've used a 1x10 here and a 1x6. In the digital version, it's two 1x8s, that kind of thing. Simplifying it for the studio version. But yes, it opens up. It has the stuff and the things. It has the sausages. It has the plastic bricks that you chuck in your freezer to keep everything cold. Has some cans. Has a bottle. Loaf of bread. Everything you need when you're going on a trip to the beach or the park to have a barbecue. Yes, both of these builds are a decade old. A decade plus now. So yes, what I will end up doing later is I will do some renders from this. Let's see how stable it is. It's stable, but it cautions me about all my clips on the back. Yeah, fair enough. So yes, the barbecue. Here we go. There it is there. The barbecue is already up on Studio Gallery. The esky will be joining it later. But now we're going to close those and we're going to start a build from scratch, which is all about trains. And Phantom, I'm not sure what time zone you're in. If it is really late and you need to raid and feed, have some dinner, or go hit the hay and have a sleep. I know it is getting late. Over on the other side of the world. Many thanks for bringing the crew across this way. We'll try and entertain you with some more digital Lego building. But yeah, if you need to clean your desk, grab food, drink, stretch your legs, walk the dog, absolutely do so. Do all the post-stream streamer care things. Oh, and actually, that was let me just see if what did I have this set to? I think it is should go to bed, but will I? Probably not. Yeah, the old, oh, it's 10 o'clock. I'll go to bed soon. Oh, when did it become midnight? Speaking of when did it become midnight, why is it 1 a.m.? But no, I think I did something. Beauty of the Kitty Goddess. If we pretend that this was a set and that it had a bag. Let's say I was about to open bag 1. I did a thing. So no, Kitty likes to shout out the Lego bags. Right, untitled model. There we go. They're going to start from scratch. Hey, Kara. It is an esky. There it is. We've just finished off the instructions. And so now
very,
it's time
very
to,
thick, very chunky, and they are packed to the brim.
Yes, finished the esky. Showed off the train station at the start of stream. Showed off the barbecue.
Where's the thing? There's the thing on top of the thing!
Doing the adulty ting. Excellent. Yeah, so showed off some of the studio builds that are up on the gallery, and then showed the barbecue in here, and then the esky, and we've tweaked the instructions.
Nice legs.
For human.
For human.
So if we look at the page design, for example, of the 50-page esky instruction book, it includes things like notes about the fact that the sausages aren't actually joined together.
Water to drink.
And it. And then for the end, and then there's a note about, I stuck mine in a plastic bag and taped it shut. Then I've actually included a photo and then sort of highlighted the fact that I've used just random parts for the ice loose around it. Actually, I will change this. I'll say assorted loose. Why is that page blank? Why are all these pages blank? Okay. It should have had the parts list there. We'll save it, but what did it do with the parts list? Okay, I'll just delete. All right, there we go. Save it. Kara's off to Aldi, and then Kmart's for Flego research. And I could actually move this little guy just across here a bit so he's not blocking all those pages. There we go. All right, so hopefully that stays saved in the file. If we go back to the instructions, does it still have a parts list? Yes. Okay, cool. Good to know. But yes, we'll close esky, we'll close barbecue. Now I'm going to be working on a train station. So yes, opening up. Also, it is time to open up the beer. Today is Friday. I'm not at work. I am having a Erdinger Dunkel from Germany. Oh, we shall. We shall have fun. Right, I'm that settled for a bit because damn. You do hear Mastodon. You'll hear a whole lot of different genres today, because Phantom, I tend to, much to the amusement and bemusement of Kara, I tend to theme my background music a lot. So when I play Euro Truck Sim, I'll listen to bands from the countries that I'm driving through. When I play American Truck Sim, it's bands from those states that I have the maps for. And today I'm going to be doing a train station, designing a little monorail station. And so they're all songs about trains. But I've seen Mastodon a few times live down here in Australia. I do enjoy their tunes. We are going to start with some 2x4 bricks. I might chuck a minifig in here for scale. I kind of wish you could just go, I want a blank minifig, but no, you have to go legs. Also, I'm not going to be moving the arms around, so I can put in a complete whole torso. We go head. Bam, there we go. So that's for scale. Probably go that high. Plate. What is, no, I don't want printed. I want dark bluish gray. What is the largest plate that we can get? By 16 by 16. I don't know if I want it to be that wide. Maybe. What I am going to do is I'm going to bring up we're going to go across here. Down here. To the island of Okinawa. I used to live where did I live? Pretty sure I used to, yeah, I used to live right here. And around the corner was a monorail station. There we go. So this is what I'm going for. That is pretty much, it sticks out as wide as it is high off the street. And then it's got one floor that has bathrooms, that has vending machines, that has ticket machines. And then above that is the actual platform. And the monorail track itself comes in up there. I kind of want to get this look in there. Even if we only build like this segment of it. Similar to my South Brisbane station, we'll just do a downscaled, you know, inspired by this. Give this impression, because we do have a 300 piece part limit. But I do also want to build this one of these. T-shaped platform. For the tracks. And then up there, so this part up here, that's the actual platform, which I don't know if there's a view inside it at all. But I think there's like seats in the middle. Can we actually get a view inside? Okay, so there's, yeah, so this is the upstairs. So the stairs and escalator come up, and then you've got all these little gates that line up with where the train doors will be. So it says, please stand clear of the doors and so on. And if you missed the vending machines down on the ground floor, don't worry. There's still a vending machine up on the platform as well. Right, let me hide the browser now. Okay, there we go. And have some of this. Yeah, so now looking back at that street view, this doesn't seem quite so oversized as I thought. But what I want is we'll select this. We'll go connect. And we want the top of that stud. Wait, which one did I just select? Yeah, I want the top of that brick. The top of that brick to go here. Dang it. No, I want it to go top of that. There. And then if I get a if I do that, we'll move. Create submodel. We're going to call this minifig for scale. Move you over there. And then this, I'm going to copy and paste, rotate. And there we go. We have our those out of there. That gets those two. How wide were the... Do we just do them out of... What do I go 2 by 2? Right. Let's try and see. Or do I change those to be a different size? And then we have a lift and a overhead walkway to get to the station from this side. We've got stairs over the other side down to the sidewalk. Ooh, Shabu Shabu restaurant. Bar Top Gun on the second floor. I don't think that was there when I lived there. It's been 20 years. Been 20 years since I lived here, and I was looking at this, and I'm sure unless there's one up here. Oh yeah, that one's there. Oh, I thought I had these stations ran the wrong way in my head. Kishi was further up the line. Okay. I thought there was another station down here before you got down here, but nope. I just had my streets off. Alright, so we'll take this block. And then we just repeat that. And then one. And just for scale, we'll go. Come on. This is one of the annoying parts of this program is it's freaking out about where to attach to. Come on. Yeah, it's... There we go. Sometimes it is the most horrible thing to use, but now if I click it, and I go www S, and I go A. We can use the movement keys to actually, like, move it to where we want it to be. Ooh, and I've just found from... I just found a street view angle where the monorail was actually at the platform. that sticks out a little bit. I don't know if we will get that detail that this sticks out. We will get that. Oh, cool piece to use. I think and I'm already at 58 parts, but I think we're going to use the brick with, what's it called? It's like this one, but horizontal. It's this one here. With channel. A groove. It's a channel. If we make the monorail track out of that, actually we wouldn't even, no, that wouldn't be very stable, but what if, because we would need to tile it on top. What if we have a Technic brick beside it? About 12 plate there. Plate 2x2. One there. There. Light bluish grey. Come on, why are you being so fiddly? You're on the normal grid. The fact that it's trying to put things like offset where it won't attach is just silly. Very silly. Alright, so something like that, and then if we make all of those like grey. In fact, I might actually just work on this and have it as a cutaway. Just lose this end of the building completely. Have some walls, have some vending machines, and then up here have some so we're going to want an arch. Once again, the program's being really fiddly as to where it wants to go. So what is that up to? 6, 7, 8, 9. Makes it 18 wide. Or we do a 4x4 there and then have this. Something like that. And again, put it where it would logically go, you silly program. That. Then if this, we're going to make that a submodel so we can drag it around. We're going to call this track. And move it like that. And then this I will call track support, and then that's just one big thing. I can move it along like so. Oop. Forgot that was a submodel, so that's I'll just do it outside. 2x4. But is that whole tower? What's it? And it does change color where the arches are. So sort of from the bottom of the arch to just above them, we could make light grey. The rest of it would be white. Coming your way. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. So we actually make all of these plates white. We make these grey. Just to keep the look, and then we actually make those white as well. And then because of the height of the arch there, what we actually need to do now is drop the height of this by probably at least 2 bricks. Release the submodel, but we'll add all these tiles to it. Back support. So if we drop that down to floor level, it could still probably lose 1 more brick. And then it actually attaches, the track actually attaches to the station there at that level, at that height. Okay. One thing I really don't like about working with submodels, or it's not that I don't like it, it can get a little bit misleading, is down the bottom here. It says that I've got 37 total parts because it now treats this as 1, and that as 1, and that as 1. And I have to go to model info to see that I actually have 123 parts. So I might be downsizing this to be a stack of 2x4 bricks and only go two wide this way and not be square. These I'll keep square, I think. The other thing is that the station has to have those windows in the side of it. All right, I'm gonna see if I can. See if we can get this. Move that over there. Just hide those. If I could spell plate one by one. Plate one. There's a method to my madness. Come on. There. There. Okay, so now I'm going to go and make all of these white. Those are going to become bright light orange. That is going to be red. 4 o'clock. Now, adding that red stripe across would be nice with some flex tube. I think for now we instead all of these studs to choose from. I want it to go on top of this wall. Do you think it'll actually go where I want it? No, why would it do that? Why? There. Might have to hide that. Because then, yeah, it removes it as a choice of where to go. So I think that if I show all, that's gotten us up to that roof level already. Is the station name on more than one side of it? Let's go over here. All right, so it's got a big sign that way, and then those are frosted windows where the lifts are. I think the bathrooms are in this direction, but the lifts are also at one end. So here we're gonna go. Okay, ads are running, but I'm just gonna keep clicking away and working on this. Let's take those out and put Right, I see what I'm... Yep. That one should also be... there. Welcome back from ads. I've basically just filled this wall in with white bricks, replicated the train station name on the outside there. A wall in over on... Oh, why'd you do that? I was selecting. Basically want all these. There we go. And how many parts are we up to now? 213 already. Right, the cautions that are there are possibly just because of the troubles you will have attaching to... thing is, we haven't made our wall like a brick wall. So the tolerance between the studs shouldn't have gone... It won't be too weird, but it will be... Like if you build this wall, it will be a struggle to connect all 16 studs down. It's just how the maths works. So we might have to swap out for some tiles and 1x4s with 2 studs. I don't want to get a platform up here. Get the level of a train. So even if we don't include the train in this model, train is going to be... What'd be cool is what colors does it come in? That piece. And then this one just sits flush against the tracks. But it would slide along. And what we're going to do is we're going to make all of these dark blue, even if the part doesn't come in them. For two reasons. One, because the monorail is dark blue. And the other, so that if I want to select all of these parts in one go, I can just select by the color. So I just use a color that's not used anywhere else. And then, what are these aeroplane roof pieces called? Cockpit. I don't know. Eight by 2 double. 8 by 2. There is. We go for. Let's just look for scale. And or does that not? Oh, I see. It only connects. Aha. Connects that way. Use one of those old school windows there, and for some reason, even though it has collision on, it still will put a piece wherever it wants to. Halfway through something else. No, I want it to go right there. You silly software. There we go. Click that on there. I mean, the roof's way too high. Curved 6. The airplanes are like. Which one? 6. So one by 2.6. That so it's the same height, but it's got the curve is nicer on the arch. And if we do this piece. Wedge piece. Yeah, there's not a whole lot to do a 6 wide train. But if this is where the door is, I'm sure there's a window that's that small. Yeah, that one. So this is now about, all right, where's the platform got to be level with? And if we make that, hide that. We hide all that. Okay, so if I select everything that's this color, and we call this the monorail. it's moving the whole view and not the thing. All right, so I can move that along. We do another brick. All right, so that puts you level with the train door. Merge those, or make those light grey. We could just make all these dark grey. Just to blend in with the roof of the previous level. Kind of want a door. Because they're gates that just... How do I do a little... Okay, so now the scale's way up. We're not minifig scale anymore if we keep this as our carriage and this is the... But we can do that. Maybe there's the other, and have the door at that end of the train. Big window panels at the end of the building. And float that's 8 by 10. 6 by 8 rather. Put that on there. Put a gate there. And 2, 5. Well, just, yeah, go right where you think you should go. Something like that. Just attached to the edge of the roof. Crying out loud, it's not rocket science. The amount of stuff in Studio that in real Lego could be done in 2 seconds. Connect. You. Go there. Copy and mirror. There we go. Oh, and this side you want to go is attached straight away. That's nice of you. That like that. No, we don't want that. What we want is plate 2x6 there, and one there. And then we put a bunch of tiles across the top. There's our roof. We're at 292 pieces, which is, we don't have any seats, we don't have any vending machine, we don't have any ticket machines. So yeah, I'm going to copy this, release it. And then basically make a skinnier version of it. Crying out loud. Just go right there. We did say this at Brickworld. There's a few of us in some of the intro to studio sessions where we're like, yeah, there are times where bricks will not connect to where you, like, where it would logically and intuitively go. The program's like, oh, what, you want to go halfway through that brick? You want to go 6 miles off in the distance? It's like, no, I just want to go right here, like right where the mouse is. How about you do that? And you can use the connect tool to line some stuff up, but it gets really super janky, and like, I moved that to where I wanted it and I left clicked and it jumped to somewhere else. It's like, no. Rage quitting is for games that want to kill you, not for design software that should just happen. Like, look at this. It's going everywhere except the one spot that I want it to go. I want it to go there. There. Hey, RD. Welcome into Studio being Studio. And going, oh, where did you want to put that other brick? Halfway through the other one? Or 6 miles away? No, just on top, please. Right there. Thank you. If you could actually behave like an intuitive building program, that would be, you know, kind of handy. For once in your programming, could you do this, please?
There's a thing! It's on the thing on top of the thing!
And the number, like, or doing the roof over here, this slope jumped on first go to the stud I wanted to go to. This one here, I had to use the connect tool. And I'm not sure if you've used that, RD, but it can be handy. For example, anyone watching who didn't see me do it before, we take this plate here, and we go, it gets a bit janky to go underneath it, but I can go connect, and it highlights all the connection points above and below. So we want under that stud, and we want it to go on top of this stud. And I used that when I built the N1 Starfighter, because if you've got a whole submodel done like this, it basically uses that to align the entire thing. You can go, this goes over here, please. But when it doesn't go exactly where you want it. 2x8. How's your Friday, RD? Yeah, I've done that before too. In fact, with this up here, so this one wouldn't connect onto the edge of the plate that's under there. So I had to do the whole connect, go onto this stud. Then I did copy and mirror to do the one beside it, and it automatically just goes, okay, here you go. Here's the mirror image of that symmetrical piece that you just put down. Actually, to cut down on parts, we are going to get a 2x6. And chuck one there. Delete all these. Delete that. This is now going to become track support. There we go. So I'm building a monorail station from around the corner where I used to live in Japan. That's what I'm doing. And we have German beer. It's a nice, comfortable Friday afternoon. I did instructions earlier for my esky, complete with loaf of bread, freezer blocks, packet of sausages, So that'll be going up onto the studio gallery later tonight. Once I've done some renders. Okay, I got rid of about 20 pieces by shrinking that down. The other thing over here, I suppose, is I've done this in 1x3s to mirror the paneled look of the real monorail station. But we could just go 1x6, 1x6, 1x8 brick. And that would bring down the parts use as well. Merge those. Those. Merge all of those. A 1x5 plate exists, so we merge those. Oh no, 1x8 brick is unavailable in bright light orange. Well, that's what renders are for. Red 1x5 plate, yes. One by five plates. I think becoming a little bit more common. The 1x5 brick, however, that's another story. And I think here.
The BRB, it's BRB time. We're BRB.
Hold the leg up. A 1x5 in red from your personal collection. Be right back for 20 minutes if needed. Okay. Actually, the first thing I'm going to check is let's look at I'm just going to look at my inventory of the store first. Plate.
Megatron Prime!
I've got 1x6s. Ooh. Oh, what RD? I do have some. Oh, what container is that in? One moment, I'll mute the mic. Right back shortly. I won't need a BRB screen, but I'll be right back. Well, I did find the parts that I'm mid-parting out from a friend's set, so I found those. They'll go up into the store later. Once I've found them new homes. Those are tiles. That I. Damn it, RD. You know the gaming tournament truck? I have one mid part out and it has 2 red 1x5 plates in it. But they're labeled as stockroom, which means they're in one of these containers where I've opened the set, I've started parting them out, but they're not like live to be. They're still like this, where they're because yeah, my process for putting stuff in the store is to sort them all out, and then as I assign them into a container that's numbered, to actually record that. Now that I know that there are red 1x5s around here, I kind of want to find it. If I do find it, I'll take a photo and I'll put it in the Lego channel on Discord. This is a unique song on the playlist because it's the band that's called Train, not the song. What? No, I know the part exists. I do not plan on building this for real. Not personally, anyway. It will be buildable if someone wishes to do so. I still want to put some of these windows in that you can see in the street view image right there. So I'll probably delete some of these out and look at putting windows in here. We get old school. Come on, studio. Go on top of this brick wall. Don't go on the plate behind it. Go on the brick wall. Hide the floor. No, don't do that. I hate that hide stays selected and the next thing you click also disappears. No, you. Oh, look. Now it's like, oh, do you want me to go along this wall here? Yeah, now that I've made the floor invisible, you'll actually do what I want. All right, so then if on the other side, we also merge these. And then we take out those there. Then we take all of these. Get us back down to 240. Yeah, how's the flame turning out? Because, yeah, I do like the vignette idea. Did I show you my Iron Maiden trooper? Let's see if I can find. Posts. Posts from you. Okay, that brings up nothing. Where am I gonna... Maybe it's on the Another Brick and FL Facebook page. Search. Okay. Had to find it. Had to do some searching. Let me bring in this image source. Image. Okay, so my Iron Maiden little vignette from 2017 looks like that.
Nice legs.
It just
For
has
human.
a foreground and like a blue brick wall at the back, and then the photo is actually taken inside a cardboard box to get rid of any other background. Pretty sure that's a Lord of the Rings zombie face. And then the cannon at the back is I think you can see what part I've used for that. And it looks, I think I've used like a dark brown telescope piece as the axle between the two brown round plates. Also, why does Studio not find 2x2 if you don't put spaces in there? Find some of them, but some of them it's like, no, you need a space in there before I'll find the thing you're looking for. Yeah, so I've basically gone Studio. Yeah, don't be like that. I've basically used that. And then that one is dark brown.
Welcome to the party, pal!
There it is. And then I've used one of them. And then this is just I don't even know if it's attached to anything at the back or if it's just sitting there for the photo. But it's basically that. Ah. It's the 1x1x5 cylinder. And it's literally just like, I'm pretty sure these are just sitting in the Lego build, resting at an angle. Then the cylinder's resting there long enough to take the photo. Because the other thing with that picture is it's meant to be forced perspective, so it can't be to scale with the minifig. It has to be smaller than a Lego cannon. And same with there's the clip on the right holding that dagger. Is there someone with a sword in the background on the real thing? Oh, I've just looked at the cover. No, that's and the black hood at the back as well. That's the Grim Reaper. That's the scythe. The dagger and clip there are meant to be the scythe. Yep. Nice. All right, there are ads starting soon. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and a short snack. See you guys back here in a couple of minutes. I will do a BRB screen this time. And then we'll be back to see if I can tweak this monorail station a little bit more. See you soon. Okay, welcome back. Let's take the tripper away. Take the cannons out of the current design. Right, so we've got our windows back. Yeah, the 236 pieces. Okay, that's good. I mean, that roof is high enough that we could, if we wanted to, tweak the train. Is our minifig for scale. Might take these out and put in, actually, that's what I should have done. Do it this way. We'll split that pillar, split that pillar, split, split, merge, merge. Well, thank you for the welcome back. And now I suppose what we could do is we take these off and then put like a, this was something I learned at Brickworld. See, when I've used submodels before, I've always just released them, added stuff, and then recreated them. And then I learned you can double click, go into them, and then you can make changes to it without affecting the other things that you've got going on in the build. If I put all this back on top there, come on, Studio, go. It's like, oh no, I'll collide with everything that's there. No, you won't. You really won't. Yeah, so basically when I double click out of it, this is still called monorail and it can be moved as one chunk, but I've added parts to that submodel. So now what does it look like if we move it along? Right, that's where the gate should be. There we go. They haven't added the, oh, hang on. I know there's a whole lot of printed parts that they haven't they're working on. But you know that there is the white one. Where'd it go? Where did it put it? I thought it came in. What's the brown color that it comes in? Medium nougat. There we go. Because then if you select the white one and make it red, the guinea pigs are still black. And this one stay. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of parts, especially printed parts. The only way to find it is to first have you clicked this button here to show decorated bricks? Because it's a printed piece, if you don't have this highlighted, you won't see the guitars at all. And then it'll flag it down here saying, oh, that guitar doesn't come in red, but I can make it bright yellowish orange if I wanted to. Yeah, I often turn decorated off, and because I'm just using basic pieces, and it's then when I did my train station and I wanted to do the yes, yeah, to see the acoustic guitar, because it's a printed piece, because all this black and silver isn't part of the color of the brick. That is a decorated utensil. If I go to black and search for guitar, all it finds is the guitar case. And if I toggle it, then it shows me the flying V. And if I search for red, for some reason, it only shows the unprinted electric guitar piece. And then up here, up behind the this image here, let me move that. I just changed the filter to be available colors. And so this guitar comes in dark azure, dark pink, lavender, light aqua, or red. And the cheapest color for the selected piece is red. $0.40 for a dark azure one, 37 cents for dark pink, 66 cents for lavender, 60 cents for light aqua, or 33 cents for a red guitar. Yeah, there's a lot. I normally have decorated off. But like when I did my train station and I went to white slopes, I toggled it on so that I had all the screen options because I wanted my overhead TVs on the platform. Because it's that is a Bricklink categorizing thing, and not so that that goes to the whole Bricklink website as well. I think they're a plate modified, but there are some things that are a tile modified. So like that is a modified tile. Yeah, some things it'll go that's a plate, and some will go that's a brick. At least they do have jumper in there as a searchable code word. Like you can just go, oh, I thought some of yeah. Whereas that is that's a so that's a tile, that's a plate. It's like really. But yes, the guitar should be in there. And yeah, with the submodel, it down the corner here, the 143 total parts, it's counting that as one part. But in model info, it will still keep track that I've got 240 actual individual pieces. And then when you do get around to using submodels, so I'll show you with so with the barbecue, for example, I broke it down so the lid is a submodel, the steak is a submodel, the wooden stand is a submodel, the barbecue is a submodel, and what that does is it automatically breaks it down when you go to make instructions, and it shows up on the side here as step 1 is the frame, step 2 is barbecue, step 3 is the thing on the back. And then when I go from here and I look down, hang on. I'll just move over here. Down the bottom row here where it shows the parts in this step, there's only one piece in this step, and it's the stand, and it has nested steps. So if I view those steps, it goes, okay, so the way you make the stand is, and you can create those instructions. And then when you go to page design, that does the entire file. So even though it looks like, you know, there's 13 steps in the stand and 7 steps in the model, the booklet version is a 49-page document. And by doing it as submodels, it also automatically does this thing where it puts the little picture of what you're working on in the corner. So it goes, we are now doing this section. And so then we get to that point, we put the wheels on, and it goes, okay, so now we are just building this shelf. And then the step, so it has a 3-step build to make that shelf, but it shows up in the book as 4. Same as a Lego book. It goes, okay, so step 1, 2, 3, that's your shelf. The 4th step is, and here's where you put it. And then the next one, okay, so now we're doing the other shelf. Step 1, 2, 3. Step 4 is, and now here's where you place it on the total build. And because all 3 of those made up the big submodel, we get one final step going, ta-da, you've built the frame, even though you haven't done a thing since step 19. And then it's, okay, here's how you do the... We're doing the barbecue, but within that we've got the burner, and here's how it gets built. Then we do the other burner, and here's how it gets built. And then with the submodel, if you go and click the generate steps option, we'll go to instructions for this. Delete that. You can click generate steps, and it sort of will do them for you. In this case, because I was recreating something I'd already done and going from the bottom up, it's in logical order. If you're in the main, if you're in build view here and you delete a brick halfway up and change color and add a different part in, swap it out for things, it can mess up that auto generate, because over on the right here, that's the chronological order of me placing bricks. So because I've gone in and fixed some of these and changed some of these after I did the wall, auto generate may do weird things like build this, then go over here and build this, then go over here and build this. So what I tend to do is condense everything down into one step, or in the instruction mode where it has empty step over here, I just delete that. So we delete the empty step. I would delete that, I would delete that, and that. And then I would manually go, okay, move this to its own step. But yeah, submodels definitely makes the instruction side of things easier. Hey Coop, welcome in. Choo choo choo. Welcome to the monorail station. So we'll exit step editor. And I was going to be tweaking these fences.
Perhaps you should read the instructions first.
Yeah, because what it basically does is it uses the... It tends to use the order that you've done stuff. So as I add in a fence, so for example with these, it will probably not do 2 on one side then 2 on the other. It will do this one first, then this one, then this one, then this one, because that's the order I've placed it. And so it kind of works off this history down the side. If you manually move something like this, you can click and drag parts and go, you know what, move that to earlier in the process, and it actually adjusts the instruction booklet.
Perhaps you should read the instructions first.
And adjusting the instruction booklet also changes this. So down the side here, this is all step 1 because I deleted those pages in the book. But if we look at the barbecue, and it has step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So those are the 7 sort of submodel steps. And then within each one, we can actually, so I could go in here, and if I double click on the stand to work on that submodel, if I rearrange these pieces, it would, or steps, it rearranges the order it gets built in. And if I go into the booklet view and move this tile from step 3 to step 4, and I come back into this view, it will have moved from step 3 into step 4. So the changes you make in the book automatically happen down here. And so with the can, for example, over on the side here, I think what I actually did was I did it with, actually didn't do it in this one, in the esky, with the cans and bottles in that, before I made my booklet. I went over to the side here and I dragged the pieces into the order that I would build them in. And then when I went to make the booklet, it was like, oh, here's your steps. And I went, cool, thanks. Now, is there... Oh, there is a panel piece. What am I talking about? It's the... It's one of these ones, though, but... Yeah. What's this? That's $6. That's... That is 9 cents. All right, we will go with the 9-cent version of the piece. But yeah, that was one of the things going to the studio sessions at, and then just like that, it decides to place something like buried in collision with other pieces. Like, yeah, because why? Because why not? Yeah, the guy running the sort of basics of studio sessions did a little bit on instructions and things, and yeah, learning about the moving things here affects that. So then you just got to remember that if you go in and tweak something afterwards and you add a brick, so if I added a brick to this base now, Studio is going to chuck it down here, down the end of the list, which then increases the risk of when I go auto-generate steps, that it just chucks it in as at the end, that it's like, oh, now that you've built all this, go back and add this piece down here. So that's just one thing to be on the lookout for. But I have 240 pieces, which now means I can think about ticket machines. Ticket I'm going to need decorated slopes. And how's your Friday going, Coop? What are we up to? Sort of screen do we want for our ticket machine? That one. Got the classic. Another classic. That one there. Brick decorated. Little logo. Yeah. Oh, we've got one of the clock on it. The Lego Game Boy. Don't know if I will. Depends on the price down here. What will be interesting will be to compare it to what, because in theory there's two different lines. So it's like, are we heading that way or that way? No, there's one of the guys that was on Australian Lego Masters who built one that I took pictures of at Brickbuilt Sydney last year. So it'd be tempting just to see if he gets one and builds it to compare to his own. Ah, right. I was like, we've heard this song already, but that's because the playlist is only 3 hours long. So we will be now hearing some songs again. And I have a glaring omission in my playlist. Because a lot of them, I've just done a search for like train or songs like No Leaf Clover, where I know it's about a train tunnel. Saxon have multiple songs about trains that just aren't named trains. But what if we put the clock up on the platform? Which of these do we think looks most like a Japanese ticket machine? Do we go with the one that looks like it's got a time on it? The one with a price? Or a space classic? Not so much on that one. Make it train. Just for that, you get a railie.
Live long and prosper.
Hey, hero, thank you for the lurk. I think we might go with that one. We have multiple ticket machines. And then what we need is some How is your stream, hero? I know you're lurking, but hope it was good. I was lurking away. I want a round brick. Even that's probably too big. And we'll make this one bright green. We'll make this one dark pink. We'll make this one trans dark blue. Trans green. This one lime.
Megatron Prime!
It's orange. And we'll make this dark purple, why not? Vending machine. Oh wait, the vending machine does not include those two plates. Okay, so we'll release this. And make sure we've got all of those selected. And now we make this vending machine. Okay, so then we can copy and paste this. And in the instructions, that will show up as a 2 times now. How many pieces are we up to now? 285. That does include the minifig for scale, which we don't necessarily need. We'll move this. Move that even further along. Because it's got support at this end, and how does that look stability wise? Right, the only warnings are up the top now on that. And that's fair enough. The monorail itself, I think I'm going to move out of the file altogether and just have the station. Although it does sell the look, doesn't it? It just needs to look a little bit better. Okay, so before anything else, we're going to save this file. And then we're going to copy this into a brand new file where we can play around with this and tweak it to our heart's content. Actually, I'm going to change those to red. Let's unfix this. What's the difference?
Water to drink.
Thank you, Coop. Right. So, for those who came in late, what we are working on is a monorail station with a middle level up above street level, a platform up at the very top, all based on one round the corner from where I lived in Japan. And there is the monorail itself. Ooh, okay, we could... Okay, that's... I like that little shape detail. What I am going to do is... take a few screenshots while I'm in Street View. Yeah, I want to kind of get that concrete support under here. So where this is, we actually move that to be inset a bit more. think it actually sticks. Does it stick out past the... So hard to see the... It's like, I want to stand here and look up there at... It does stick out past this part of the building, doesn't it? I mean, that's not a super important detail. Like, to have this overhang... To have this whole thing come out off the edge of the building. Then this we would have out to there. Yeah, we make that a plate 1 by 10. Those two out. And then we use our keyboard to tap it back into place. Well, I'm not expecting any mail. All right, so that could actually be there. delete that. We'll turn that. That way.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Get rid of that one. Come on, studio. Go where I want it. There. Need you to go in a specific place, you silly program. Offer. I need you to not do that. There we go. Ah, the hide tool can be frustrating. Okay, plate 2x8 in white. There we go. That's tweaked our little architectural look out here of how that goes together. It does mean we need to move these windows out. It'll mean the roof. Oh, that's the other thing. That no. Might have to backtrack on all that because the roof is a specific single piece there. Unless we do a different slope just to be like the end of the roof, just for the heck of it. But I think I kind of liked how it just ended like that. So I think we might change that back, but we do have ads starting soon, so hit BRB again, and we'll see you back here and see what we do at the station. Back in a bit.
We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own.
Okay, back. And I think what I'll do is we're just going to go undo, 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 undo. Back to that point. And just have that little recess as the nod to the real architecture. So yeah, so we're working on this real monorail station. And then I wanted to work on this monorail car that will slide along the tracks there. In fact, if I don't know, I suppose we could. We'll see how many pieces it uses to do a two-car model. Is there a curved slope that will fit under this shape? The way that some of these are made to go over. All right, those go together. So does that fit under? That does fit under there. Okay, which means could plate 1/2. Chuck that in there. Then we take that one out. Delete you, and move you guys up to there. Now we want a 1/6 plate. No, we want a 1/4 plate. I can't maths. Where is the 2/3 height brick? Here it is. Let's just delete that while we fill this all in. We want glass there. Glass and allow windows. All right, let's see what happens if we put both of these back into station build. So we take that out. Put you up on there. How many pieces are we up to? 354. Okay, so no. So what we do is we take one of those out. We're at 303. And without any monorail at all, we're at 252. Because what that does mean is we could do this as two separate things, and we get a base plate in here. Move the vending machine over to this side here. All right, we might. So we'll save this as monorails. Select everything, paste it all here. So that we can muck around with it and play around to our heart's content. Because we could add in the actual entry to the station. If in doubt, we use the pre-made stairs because then it's only one piece in the parts list. A shorter door frame. It's clear to put a roof on the entry there. Need to come out from that roof there. What work? Kara says hi. Yeah, I don't think the entry's gonna work. think it looks cooler with the monorail in there. So, how to reduce the piece count now, because we're at 304. Are there bigger bricks I can use for by 3? Yes, that if we take out if we take out 6 there, and if we just copy and mirror, it'll automatically put one beside its name. There we go. We just lost 2 pieces in the piece count. We're at 302. Now can we did I mean 1 by 16 is a thing, isn't it? All right. 295 pieces. All right. So we have a monorail station. We have 2 vending machines. I mean that could take out some parts if we reduce that down to 1. But it's Japan. You need multiple vending machines. And we've we've got the monorail carriage. We've got the roof on there. And the only stability warning is from up here. And I mean, yeah, we know why. Is there a better window frame that we could make this wall? That. Hide. Or we can. Welcome back from the side quests, Kara. Murder train. Ooh, what if? What if we do it this way? What if we take that out, move this across, and do that? So the number of windows is the same, but we've overlapped our pieces. Oh, it's still a caution, I think, just because of the height of the wall. Oh, let me hide the real station so you can see. You got Flego. Okay, so there's no 1x16 plate. Right, just 2x16. Ooh. Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. What if we move those out there? Those in there. If we put those now back up. Yeah, it's still a massive caution up the top there because of that 8x16 plate, I think, resting across the whole top of it.
Let's show you around. Get you.
Let me show you around
here. This is the bucket where our
This is the
pea
bucket
freezes.
where our pea freezes.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, Chocolate Chip, how are you? Happy Friday. And I will show you around with the and Kara, if you missed any of this earlier, so here's what we're actually doing. We're building a monorail station. It's up on pillars. We have a T-shaped support that hold the tracks. If we move along here a bit and look up, you see the monorail up there. There we go. The monorail, and it slides along this track here. I've even got the yellow and red signage for the station name. That's the view up the side, and then if we go inside, here we have the view up the top. So there's our little fences and gates. The monorail pulls up. These gates automatically open, and you board the carriage. Vending machine. And then if we move this into the building. I used to live in a building that's behind this building. The view is blocked. Or is it across here? Yeah, I used to live in this building here. So from here on there, rail station is up over there in the gap between the buildings. I don't remember there being a vending machine at the front door when I lived there, but anyway. Yes, so this was my local station. This angle, there it is the 3-car monorail. So yeah, that's today's studio build. We've spent the last several hours working on. The main thing was trying to keep it under 300 pieces because of the Bricklink Studio challenge. I think if because one thing I did think if I could add it in would be we're gonna try this. We're gonna take those out. That's 1/3 I need. One of the and chuck it there. Oh, it doesn't have a hole. So what I want is a clip. one of these. We want one there. Yeah. $30. And if I do this one, uh, 20, 30, 40, so 310. It's too long. I think that might be too long. What about one of these? No. Yeah, it's way too long to bridge that gap. I need... What? Oh. Yeah, their flex tool is janky as hell. Nope, that is not that one at all. Why can't... Oh, because Lego also has the kind that you can cut. This is janky as... What the hell are you doing? This is... Why can't I change that? Why won't it point downwards when it gets near this other freaking clip? And why does it want to snake into the wall where it'll collide? The developers of this are smoking some crack. They really are. I want to bend this tube to go from A to B. I don't want that brick to move. Stupid. They really aren't sharing, and there's so much stuff that you can physically do with Lego that you cannot do in this software because it's like picking that up and bending it takes a second. But doing this and going, okay, I want to use this flexibly, and I want to move this over here. Look at what it's doing. It's being this dumbest thing ever. It took about 6 goes to get the hose on the gas bottle on the barbecue to look all right. This one here. Just getting that to go from A to B in a curve with one end pointing that way and one end also pointing that way. Took about 6 goes. Because they've told it, yeah, this thing is flexible, you can bend it. But then the program's like, ah, look, I can bend. I can go through walls to get to where you want me. No, don't do that. Just curve, just you connect here. That's the other thing. It won't. And these are all, until I select them again, it thought it was all colliding with them. If you try to flexible move this end to somewhere, the other end stays stuck on the ground. I can't even do that. I have to get one end physically attached to a clip first, if it will let me. Let's move the train out of the way. Okay, we got one end in. But now we go, I want this end. To go in there. It almost did it. But yeah, that piece is way too long. How is it? This is the part that's saying how is it coming around to ads within 5 minutes already? Didn't we just have them? What we might try and do is we delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Yeah.
Welcome to the party, pal.
How long was that other hose that I was working on? Oh, it's 19. Now it's doing.
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships.
Okay, this time I got to the snooze button in time.
Orcs!
Get back! Take one together!
Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, GH. I can close 2 tabs now because I was lurking on you and Millennium.
They have a cave troll.
We will add to a biological and technological distinctiveness to our own.
And this now means that I need to look for a raid target later because you were where I was going. I was like, oh well, GH is on. GH is building Lego. Cool. Yep, that's where we'll go. We'll see how long this takes, but we'll get there. Wouldn't be the first time that's happened. But yes, welcome Raiders, I'm Bricko. And today we are building in studio. Now I was lurking there, GH, but I didn't actually see what we were building today. How was your stream? What were you up to? Tell us the stuff and the things. And g'day Pyrax, g'day Solo Mum Gamer, and Alex, how we going? We are listening to train songs because, so yeah, that was me. Here's Lego me over here. Here's dark German beer. Cheers. So Bricklink Studio has an activity going at the moment, which is all train themed. One more bag of progress on the UCS TIE Interceptor tonight. Nice. I saw Millennium was doing speed champs, sticker champs. If I make that red, and then we delete all these rigid tubes, and get rid of that. I guess there, and we move that across to there, and then we should be able to maybe move that there. Okay, that's a little bit too right. So if we then just have that clipped in. And just have there. I mean, that kind of gets the curve in. Hey, Fargonaut, how we going? So what we're doing here is trying to build a real monorail station from where I used to live in Japan 20 years ago. And trying to keep it under the 300 parts of the challenge. This is now 302. Right, and then this whole thing we are going to have to we'll go fine grid and move it in towards the building. And why does that think it's going to collide with things now, you stupid? Oh, what did you select in the art? What does Arch include that it shouldn't? No, just the... Okay, so how does moving that... Oh, because of the vending machine behind it? Is it hitting that? Go... Shouldn't be hitting anything. Go fine grid and go in. Yeah, now the hose thinks it's colliding with 6 billion pieces of this build, including the roof. Dear Studio, take your flexible items and shove off. And we're in ads, and I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. I've nudged that hose one stud out from the wall, or half the, whatever this fine grid movement is, out. Not 100% happy with how it looks. And we are 2 pieces over the count. But what we're aiming for is this thing here. This is a monorail station in Japan, where I lived 20 years ago, and it has this red pipe thing on the outside. I was like, we'll do that as the last sort of tweak to see if we can do that as a feature. But I don't know. If it was real Lego, you'd just take the flexible hose or the rigid hose, you'd cut it to the length you wanted and you just bend it and it would stay in place. In software form, that's a little bit trickier. Didn't mean to go in under the station. What I'm trying to do is get a view. No, don't. And now Street View is being weird, and like, I don't want to look at that street. I want to navigate down it. That's what. Screenshot of that. But yeah, I've got the yellow and red signage on the side of the station going on. And the real one, it looks like it's dark gray underneath, the red stripe, and then light gray on top. Try and do that, I suppose. This model. Actually, we can select, but let's first get all of that and make it. Eh. And we make all this light gray. Make that light gray. Make that black, that'll look better. Probably that piece as well. In fact, stuff it. We'll make all of this. All of that. Hey, G-Monkey. How are we doing? We are listening to train songs and building a monorail station. Or not that's the barbecue that I've put up on Studio Gallery. If we go back to Studio Gallery, error loading models. Confirm. Okay, something tells me that this model here is going to be over the 300 piece thing. So 10 to 300 total parts. Okay. What's in this? 16,000 pieces. You've built a 16,000 piece train? I mean, it's awesome. 10,000 parts. Yeah, and then what you've done all this ballast and railway track, which has added a few thousand more. Okay. This guy's submitted a whole bunch of different cabooses of varying description. And like 3 variations on a solar panel car. Okay. I really like this old one. And then I submitted, getting down here now, that one there, Stevenson's Rocket. That was one of my little builds. As is this train station based on the city I now live in. That one is based on this one right here. So now we're working on this one. Did I get a screenshot just then of the station wall? Because I want to... Yes, I did. I'm going to open up Part Designer and quickly see if I can add graphics onto a brick. I know you can do it to tiles. Create a new brick. I want parts. Brick type. Brick 1x4. Where's... what am I... No, 1x6. Add an image to apply. Let's save as. Interesting. Okay, no. So it's not resizing the It's not fitting the image onto the brick. It's just kind of automatically cropping it. So right. Because I was going to try and put the station name on the side of the building. Trying to see if there's anywhere else that I can reduce piece count. I mean, if I change the number of and you can see over here where the other one's transparent, this same change is taking place. A part just disappeared, 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 disappeared. All right, so I change how that's tiled. Go back out, and we are now at 300 pieces exactly. Okay. Would I mean, it'll kind of have to do it. It's unless I copy that into a new model. Saving that because where's it gone? Let's just take all of this stuff out. And we'll just work on this curve. 30. Change this to 300. Weird that it's just bending. Oh, better curve. Take that over to here. That out. And clip that one in. Go to fine grid. Nudge that slowly in. Try and get that in. Done. Okay. Whew. The main thing it's got the curve. It's got a curve to it, and it's not just bent here straight across, then bent down. Okay. Okay. Well. So we've got monorail. We'll rename this as monorail up. So the support track is one. Track can go higher up the list. Track support. And hide that, hide that, hide that, hide that. will be the platform. The other thing is you can, when you're creating instructions, you can select parts in a step and create a submodel from there, which again makes it a single block when you come back to this view. And we can see that I missed a window. That one right there. Platform. We'll hide the platform. Is center roof is what we'll call that. We'll hide it. Ah, so those will have to go in after that. Hide the vending machine. Hide that vending machine. And basically everything. Yeah. This base. We'd start with the base. Show all. The base first. Then the center roof. Why is that separate to... Why? But those need... those need to. Center roof. So those got moved to part of the roof. It's fine. A part designer, I don't need that anymore. Can use part designer later and try and get the signage right. So step order, we want the station base first. Then you would build the roof on it. Then the 2 tracks, support under them. The vending machines can go in before the roof does. Then you build the platform, and then you build the monorail car. Cool. Cool. Which means now we can start working on instructions. Going to no, we'll save first, save as, save. And then watch it freak out on me. I do have lots of copies of the model open, so we'll close this, don't save that. Close that. Don't need to open twice. There we go. You want the computer to be nice. Now we go into instruction view. then here we move that to a new step after. We move that to a new step after. That can be part of that step. Actually, what I might do is build that first. And make that like a separate support.
Megatron Prime!
Cut. Paste back to where they were. But those will be station support. And those can get built at the same time as those ones. So now we start with the main box. Put a roof on it. Extend the tracks out. Build the two supports to elevate them. And then build the platform up on top. And then build the train. So if we click generate steps, kind of does it in the order that I it's kind of, yeah, actually it kind of makes sense. That's not the full order that I built it in, so there must be some sort of system they've got. Blapple. Well, welcome in. So this is Bricklink Studio. So this is the step editor. I'll return to parent model. So that's, I've broken my digital model into submodels to better work on instructions. And then if I go to page design, that's where you see things like, here are the parts you'll need, and here's where they all go. But because our step editor has this as a single step, it's done it in a little bit of a weird order. And here's something I was mentioning earlier. So because I went in later to do this arch symbol on the outside, it's built this entire wall as one step. And then it goes back in to put bricks that you physically can't put. You can't put them in after you've already put bricks above them. So to fix that, I just delete this step. And then I'll have to go in and manually change those around, which I'll do a different time. But if we exit this, we go back to the build mode where we've actually built the model. So here it is. And I'll bring back this. So this is Miebashi monorail station. The monorail station around the corner from where I used to live in Okinawa. And that is the
nice legs.
That's the street view.
For human.
Platform's way up there. If we go down here a little bit and look back up, there's the monorail. So I've tried to get these vents into the Lego model. I've tried to get the color of the sign onto the wall. I haven't gone the full length of the station, which is quite long. But I've done the panel for the name. I've put some windows in. And I've done one of these T-shaped supports. No, but what I will be doing is submitting it to the Bricklink has a activity going at the moment, Bricklink Express. So the gallery is where people can upload their digital designs. And in some cases, yeah, build a physical model, add a photo of that as well. Designs must be original, free from IP restrictions, 10 to 300 total parts. Upload your design by August the 4th. Winning designs will get some badge to display on the site. So it's basically bragging rights, but there's categories for best locomotive, best passenger car, best cargo car, best train station, and so on. So this will be my third submission. I have already put in a Stephenson's rocket, which is this little historical train right here. And I've also done a tiny artist's impression of South Brisbane Station. So yeah, I probably won't be physically building this monorail, but I will be creating instructions for it. So I've been listening to train-related songs for the last nearly 6 hours. Because, the first hour or so, before we got onto the train trial and error to build this, I finished off instructions for this esky. Which even has... Nope. Tile popped off, that's not supposed to do that. Probably been stuck together too long. I believe they've had space monorail. There we go, that's better. So there's a little plug for the melted ice to drain out the back of the esky. So we had a look at that before the actual building process, but there's the... Okay, proceed. Yeah, so this is my my esky instructions. And so in the step editor, that's where I've gone in and said, okay, this whole row of bricks is step 6. Next row, step 7. Next row, step 8. Yes, monorail track I know is a highly prized Lego part because of the rarity of the sets. Because they've had they have roller coaster track, but actual monorail track that's just a single track is quite rare. And dates back to when I was a kid, I believe, or earlier. So what I've actually done here is I've got a long Technic brick for support and strength along the outside. A layer of plates under it, and then on this side, it's a 1x4 brick that has like a little channel recessed into it. And then when we look at the carriage, if I... Oh. No. No. Using the keys for movement is tricky, depending on your camera angle. I'll slide this off the track so we can see. So one side of the train has these curved bricks that sit flush on the side. This one has a plate.
Very cool.
With a rail. So not only will it move, it won't fall off. This piece here keeps it in that groove. So when you slide it on from one end, you could hold this whole model upside down and the train would still be on the track. It'd be a bit weak because that is the lowest piece. There is nothing connected under that rail. So really, if you held it upside down, it probably would, that piece would separate and the whole train would fall off. But because this piece that it glides in only comes in a 4 length, I didn't want to do that on both sides, even though I'm only doing this digitally. I still want to have it be structural, so I think this could be built. Whereas if this was just the little 1x4s the whole way along, it would be a little bit of a weaker beam. And this software does have a stability tool where it goes, yep, all your connections are good, but we think that here where you've done a 1x1 pillar and a whole bunch of thin window panels holding up a 16 long roof, that's a potentially unstable area while building it. And then you can also search for connectivity. So it tells me that this train is not connected to anything else. Which I know because I've designed it to slide along. But what that also tells me is that down around here, there's nothing that isn't attached. So the other thing when you're designing something in Lego is if I pick this up, will things fall off? Because when you're building digitally and you're getting all these, there we go, all these parts involved, it's easy to miss when something isn't fully attached and they aren't connected to each other. So the connectivity just tells you everything in this section is joined to something else. So everything's connected to another Lego piece. Nothing's floating. Just the train. So yes, that is the 6-hour mark. It is 8 o'clock. I am going to go find some more leftover pizza for dinner. And we are going to raid out. We're not raiding GH because he raided in. But cheers for the raids. We had 2 raids today. Phantom Ganon 89 raided in and GH316 raided in. And cheers to Korg for the jump scare bits. We are going to not be back tomorrow. I will not be playing Shadow of Mordor tomorrow. Highly doubtful. I think I'll just take the morning off to relax because in the evening we are heading north side to go watch some wrestling. But then Sunday will be American Truck Simulator. And that will be it for this. I may keep working on this as well tomorrow, so that's the other alternative. Instead of a gaming stream, I might just jump on and do a bit of this and work on the instructions, which, you know, is interesting to some people and boring to others. But that's the next step in this before I like, I don't have to generate instructions, but before I upload it for other people to look at on Bricklink, I kind of want it to be at that point. So that's where that's at. We are going to head across.
Begin auto-destruct sequence. Authorization Picard 47 Alpha
Lego
Tango.
and brick building. We're going to go say hi to Kiddles82. Rabby raid calls. I'll see you next time. Same Hobbit time, same Hobbit channel. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!